It's a stab party.
Yo. Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening. What's up, JP? Dear God, I hate software. Learning so much about how things just can completely break when it's not your fault at all. Other than like outside forces pushing their way in. Oh man. It was like so much troubleshooting just to finally figure out that it was another mod causing a problem. Hours. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut. And be like, I wonder if it's this. And it was. Sometimes I feel like the smartest person on earth, and other times I feel like a complete idiot. Dear God. Yeah, so if there's a cross between mods and their commands, even if it doesn't exist, not even it doesn't exist, it definitely was a problem. I didn't figure out what mod was causing the problem. Because I don't think we have simple claims on the dev server. It could be the MMO style, the MMO XP gain one. But still, at the end of the day, the problem was whenever you do /SC space settings or SC space leaderboard, your client would crash and get a specific UI, custom UI error message. So then looking into those specific errors for those pages, the first red flag was nothing with those pages ever changed. They always worked. That should have been like flag number 1, was nothing was altered from those pages to trigger an error in the first place. So it's like function usage and all those weird edge cases with the stupid freaking UI files, which I freaking hate with a freaking passion. I can't wait till they completely rehaul that because that system fucking sucks. As long as all the terminology in there is correct and the functions and everything is good, then it should run. And we'll get, and if you do change out one of those functions, so pretend it's like horizontal alignment is one of the functions for UI and in the UI file for Hytale. If you don't put starts, center, or end for the location of where the UI can go, if you put like left or right or some other word in there that doesn't exist for it, you'll get an error message for something else that has nothing to do with anything with that specific problem. You'll get now. I'm also wondering that if I was to remove multiple HUD, the plugin, and see if it throws a different error message, because if multiple HUD's in there, you get a multiple HUD error message for your log, and it has nothing to do with that. It's because you used the wrong like modifier or whatever the hell you call it, value for horizontal alignment or whatever it might be. Vertical alignment, horizontal, it could be anything. So that in itself makes zero sense. So you have to be very specific with your variables for the UI to begin with. 2, I was like, out of a whim, let's just rename the commands. So I did /sc space skill check settings as the full command, and then it worked. And then I was like, oh, let's try this. Let's try sc space sc leaderboard. Oh, hey, look, it worked. It's because it wasn't the word leaderboard or settings. So some other mod, don't know what it is, out of the other 6 or 7 that was like added in, because 6 or 7 was, or 6, 7, whatever. There was like, 6 or 7 of them that just didn't work. So Alden got them working again. So when we boot up, we got like MMO and perfect parry and like all that other stuff. So it was one of those mods that caused the problem to begin with, of why whenever we go to that specific page, our clients would crash. So I was like, screw it. We're just going to rename everything. All the commands are now /skill check space whatever the command name is, and then an alias, because it's easier to change the alias versus the other way around. So the alias is going to be /sck for skill check. That was the problem. Hours, and then finally came across it, and I was like, then I told Claude, I'm like, hey, let's rename the settings and leaderboard back to its original one, because since the beginning command is now different. And its response, it said this, and I was like, brother, you are annoying me right now. That reasoning doesn't hold up. The rename from settings page or leaderboard page to skill check settings page and skill check leaderboard had nothing to do with the command line, the command name. It was a fix for Hytale's global UI name collision. See memory. Both pages were silently failing to load because of another mod registered in those names. The command is /skill check, but the UI page names live in a completely separate flat namespace shared across all mods. And I was like, no, rename those commands back, because now since the beginning part of it's different, it's /skill check space settings. Rename that back. And I was like, entertain me, just do it, and I will report back of what the problem, and if it throws an error. And guess what? It wasn't an error, because the beginning command name was different than what it was before. Fucking stupid. So if you think that AI is the end all, the be all, no. You gotta double, triple check. It does not know everything. You have to guide it correctly, and if you don't know what you're doing, then you're gonna get royally fucked up, because it's gonna steer you wrong. I said some certain logical things make a lot of sense, and then when it doesn't, it like really errors out. It's really annoying, and I'm glad I'm like tech savvy enough to know kind of the ins and outs and like just even like logical sense things that just don't makes sense to like ask questions or like to dip into it more or ask smarter people like JP of, hey, this doesn't look right. Like, so yeah, there are certain aspects of AI that just, nope. You are not right. That was like the big end of multiple hours of yesterday of like running into those problems is because it was another TLDR, another mod caused the problem. We renamed the command, and then it worked perfectly fine. Stupid. Now we get to actually like troubleshoot the actual like plugin this time. If like the damage, fatal damage is accounting for everything correctly, and also the disconnects and reconnects, and now we can actually go through and verify that those are working correctly. So is it gonna bare bones possible in the future? Yeah, no, for sure. I mean that's the thing with like the local file. My local worlds has like multiple HUD, console, like really minimalistic. So it's a good like reminder of the red flags that could happen, saying like, hey, if you do have more than one mod when testing this, then you could possibly get other error messages that you weren't expecting. It's now that I know this, I'm not going to always remember this. And then we could also account for just naming conventions that are specific, like very fine-tuned to what our plugin does, so that we don't run into this problem again. I don't think another mod is or a plugin is going to be called skill check, but it's good to know. Because also like simple claims, which is on the main server, it's not on the dev server, that has SC as a part of a couple commands, and then other ones have SCP as its commands. So there's two different sets of commands it has for simple claims. I saw that, I'm like, that sucks. Like, why would you have a variation of it, not have it under all within one set of commands? I mean, I understand why, but that sucks. Like, if you think about it logically, it should be all the command space, whatever you're doing, not two different versions of the command to do two different things. Like that, I don't like that. That's bad in my eyes. Yeah, shortening commands is fine, but the first, like the initiator of it, like that /sc, don't do /sc commands and then /scp commands. Like they have two different sets for simple claims in particular that I saw. I was just like, red flag. Don't do that. So that's why, yeah, if you saw the recent GitHub, I like renamed all the files just in case. Let's put skill check in front of all the files so that we don't have any problems. Even if there was a naming, even though it sits within our own jar file, like nothing could happen from that. Like, just stupid. Like, you know what? Just let's just be safe and just tack on that in the beginning. It's a lot more characters, but who gives a shit? Like, that was just dumb. Dude, hours yesterday. And then all of a sudden it was just like, oh, it's probably another mod. Let's rename the command. Oh, and then it worked with all the settings that I wanted in the first place. Oh, not like it didn't work before, because it kept, like, I was like, oh, go back to the commit history and see like the last working version of the settings page of what worked. It would do it. It would still fail. So you got to think of it logically and be like, okay, so there's got to be an outside force that's causing it, and it was another mod. Freaking crazy. Oh, right. So look at the new fancy homepage for the plugin. Trying to go as simplistic as possible. Simpler navigation. Hopefully it'll be a lot more intuitive and just easier on the eyes. The rest of the pages obviously still have to do that. That's going to be a lot of work, but still. So now when you just hover over everything, the manage button will go away if you're not an admin. But now you got the fancy hovering, just like floating text with the act as full buttons. Simplified, remove the header off the top, put the back button right here. A lot more simplistic. Leaderboard's probably, yeah, this is the old one. So I want to, yeah, simplify everything as much as possible. Made a separate commands page because it doesn't need to be on the front page. Again, we'll simplify this too. And then this is the same. See, look, now I go settings. Oh my God, look, a settings page. It actually works. Because I wanted to go to this page yesterday because when we were testing the disconnects, reconnects, I wanted to look at the pending restores down here because when you click on this, it tells you who, ID, world, position, inventory status, and when it was created. It gives you all that information from the database of when a person disconnects and if it's pending a restore. This is what I want to get to. That's what the problem was in the first place, was just clicking this button and then it crashing. So just to verify that the database was actually like tracking the data correctly, which it was. I just wanted to verify it that it was doing that. Also didn't realize that the glass blocks are not part of Hytale. It's a mod. Same thing with the carpet. The carpet's also a mod. And the stairs or half slabs or the slabs of wool are also mods. So, yeah, macaws, high windows, and then I think this is macaws too. Yeah, macaws got a lot of block variations. So, red flag, if we do decide to put these prefabs up into the mod itself, or into the plugin itself, that there's dependencies that are required for these to work correctly. Third party. Anything that's not Hytale specific would be third party. So if you look at the above that way, the yellow, the mod, this is Macaw's high windows. Macaw's like the author. He's got a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, imagine all the basics. They're probably gonna do like the wool variants and glass variants and like all that stuff. They'll add all that stuff in the future, I'm guessing. Oh, to change stuff? Oh no, I wouldn't too. Because I started doing this. I started recreating something like this in my my single player. Let me do that. Let me show you. Because I was testing it locally because Alden swapped all of his stuff into the rack he got. So I didn't have access to the dev server. I was like, oh yeah, I could just do this locally. Oh, I don't know what version I've copied to here too. Probably the old one. But yeah. Yeah, so I threw on simple claims to see if it was causing a problem. So I was like, oh, we tried putting in glass or the carpet. I'm like, oh, those don't exist. I don't have those mods installed on here. So I had to use slabs for the in-betweens. And then there's no carpet, so I couldn't hide the mushrooms for you to jump on. That's why that's how I found out that those were mods and not like actually in Hytale. That was fine. But good to know. Yeah. But yeah, no, super nice. Okay. So now we're at a working state. Now we could actually go through and test more stuff. Let's talk with Eldon later on or something if he's around, or ping Frez. It'd be like, we need to test damage stuff. Also, the disconnect reconnect logic needs to get fixed up again. Well, now since we can actually, like I said, we can actually troubleshoot that stuff now. Until the next random bug we come across. Also, I need to make this arena larger because you fall off the edge really easily. Three's good. Three. Beautiful. And then I'll remake this prefab. That should be good. So then we go manage arenas gray. Done. So yeah, so you can reuse the same arena. You just have to delete, you have to remove the prefab, confirm it, set the new boundary from selection, make sure that it's correct, create the prefab, and then the instancing it should show the name dash or underscore, then the name of the arena. And then now it's good to go. That's easy as that, because everything else within the arena is the same. Meaning that if you arenas gray, say let's do show dummies. So you reselecting the arena to choose the boundaries again and recreating the prefab, the locations that you had before will stay the same. It will calculate it automatically based upon the boundary that you set, which is awesome. Oh, me too. Oh, I just opened that, so it's not gonna go last. Great. Hi, dummies. Cool. Awesome. Easy. Yeah, I gotta make, like, once everything's done, like, I gotta make a frequently asked questions. Like, how do I update something? Like, people need to, I gotta do it a different way too, to see if, like, if you were to import think the only other way to do it for now is suppose you download a prefab from like Curse that you want to use as an arena. You basically have to paste it into your default world, make your edits, select the arena, and then create. You're basically going to create another prefab of that section with all your data that's in it. So, what's up, Alton? So things like that, I'm gonna have to make I'll make like little like YouTube shorts or videos about like how to do specific things. I'll break it all down. I'll make probably like one long video with chapters, and then I'll make shorter like how-tos once everything is like ironed out. But yeah. Cool. Animation's cool. Oh, it's just... Dude, after like I said hours yesterday, this is what happens. Like I'll get frustrated and I'll be like, okay, I need a little bit of a brain break. After the brain break and watching some like YouTube videos or getting distracted, then I dive back in, and then the aha moment happens. Try something, it works, and I'm like, yes. Oh, it's so dumb. Oh my god, permissions. Also, make sure the other one works. SDK. Yep. Look at that test player. Stupid. Dude, the parkouring is awesome. Oh, right. So yeah, so disconnect, reconnect logic needs to get looked at again properly now, since no more errors. Falling off the map to make sure that it's getting caught correctly, catched correctly. And then yeah, the damage, the fatal damage, to make sure that's all getting tracked properly. Cool. Also, the the NPC spawning for maps should be disabled now too. I tested that on the big arena, and nothing else spawns. We could, you know what? Let me try it. Arena 1. Mob mode. It's simple test. Let's do 7 seconds. Let's do fire mage, kill count, 10 kills, create, ready up. Oh, the other feature I added up. I cannot click on the ready up button, or it says ready up in question mark. So when everybody is ready up, then you can click on it. Before you're able to click on that, it would throw an error, or you get the overlay loading message. So now when you click that, it'll say start session. So that's fixed. Oh. Okay, just to make sure. Oh, hi. Okay, so there's no other wildlife around. So yeah, so the non-NPCs spawning is working. Or just other mobs slash non-hostiles, like animals. Hello? Oh, is he going all the way around? Cool. Yay! Oh, I still need to remove the back to arena button. I'll do that. I'll do that soon. I'll do that now, actually. And teleported back. Full health. Beautiful. Inventory returned. Cool. Yeah, so mob spawning in the arenas is now fixed. Yes, okay, so the arena, this victory page, I need to fix that. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, yeah, and it's little things like that. And then, Alden, later on, if you're available, if you want to do some more testing for the more fatal damage slash falling off the worlds testing. Now, since this actually works, and the reconnection logic, make sure that we got to test all scenarios. Granted, we don't run into any other problems. Or finding more features. All right. To update that. What did it say? Did it say back to arena? The button? I literally just saw it and I don't remember what it said. I should probably take a screenshot of it so that I remember what it said. I think it said back to arena. I need to get it correct because it's going to be like, I don't see that because I'm stupid. Let me just create another one. Arena. Mob. Simple. Kit. Fire mage. Kill count. 10. Great. Ready. Go. I'll take a screenshot this time. Dude, I love the sound effects. I actually want to add more like UI sound effects, like when you hover over stuff. I'm gonna put in like little touches like that. Dude, the fire mage is freaking fun. Okay, remember, screenshot the screen. You know what the ending screen looks like. Back to arena. Okay, yeah. Deep, 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 deep. Okay. End. Okay. Little cleanup stuff. Hmm. Yes, 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 yes. Both of those. Please. Yep. Yep. Beep, beep, beep. Yep. Build the jar. Clouds are moving fast. The world moves fast. Cool. Done. We copy over the new jar. It. Restart. Oh, disconnected. At a restart. Don't mods have hot reloads? I want to see if it, another feature to add. It'd be so much easier for development, right? Is there a way we can add a hot reload to our mod so that once the file is replaced, that we just type in a command that would just reload it and we don't have to restart the server? That would be so convenient. I'm not sure if Alden or JP, if you know anything like that. I know that I've seen that before for other mods, not specifically for Hytale, but definitely for Minecraft. But I would imagine that probably exists, but just off the top of your head, because that would be real nice. Hello? Are you up top? Yes, you are. Got it. God damn it. No, okay, it's gonna go down the stairs now. Yep, there it comes. Oh, nice. Yay! Button's gone. Cool. Beep, 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 beep. Done. Return. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Update that really quick. Yes. Okay. So the the create session page I would like to clean up. It's kind of like that new layout that you showed me, Chris. Yeah, because now we understand the logic. I have the code for the current UI files of how the positions for the drop downs actually work. Because again, if we put in stuff that doesn't exist, it's gonna throw an error, which is freaking annoying as hell. What I said, UI that can be fixed later. I'm not really concerned about that right now. I think if there's anything else inside here that's weird or throws an error. I know right now. The test mob wave, because this says global in it, any of the waves shows global in it, it will not show in the list because it has to, because if any of those have global in it, then they throw an error basically. They have to be set with mobs. So, and this system works so well. Obviously, this is like the old style. This is like the Hytale templated stuff, which obviously this is going to get completely revamped. So, oh, let me try. I had to try deleting one because some of the other logic too is like it doesn't give you it doesn't prompt for confirmation for deleting something. It'll just remove it. So that stuff I need to go through too to make sure that works also. Yeah. It's stupid hard. Yeah, these were all fixed. This is weird too. Like the item catalog, it wasn't showing all the correct stuff before. So all will still show all, which is needed. But then weapons, armor, it all shows the correct information, which is cool. This needs to get just completely rehauled though. That's fine. I love this page. Just finally cleaned up. Yeah, it needs a stronger bow. Ranger's stupidly weak against other weapons. This is work. Cool. Yeah, let's do this. Flame bow. Could be a heck of an upgrade. Cool. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, a little bit of an upgrade. Before I was really bad. Iron. Give you give you daggers because yeah, it needs a little bit of a boost. Being range is nice, but then not be able to attack close up. Yeah, but then yeah, no armor, no shield. The range and then super close. That's it. Not sword. That's out of it. Then yeah, I don't like the style of these. I'm gonna change the look of those. That's the arena. We got our spawn points, so these need to get cleaned up a little bit, but its function does exactly what it's supposed to do. Oh, I could try, you know what? Let's try this. Back room. Oh, I didn't save that for that. Play. Manage. Arenas. Back rooms. 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. Cool. Great. Back rooms. 4v4. Ranger. Kill count. And kills. Great. So they need to make sure this works also. 3v3. And you get 4. Oh, okay, because you can set their damage specifically. Let's up it to 10. Ready up. Let's go. You guys? No, why are you attacking me? God damn it. Okay, so the logic might be messed up for that. You're missing a name tag. That's cool. Also, there's 4 there. There should only be 3. Okay, will you guys actually attack each other? Ow. I can't attack them? Okay, cool. Okay, I can't attack any of them? Awesome. The mode's broken? Everybody's against me? Ow. Okay, let me jump off this side. Ah! Help. Can I reach this? Nope. Ow. Okay, this sucks. Cool. Okay, so it doesn't remember your last, what state you were in, if you were in creative or not. Because obviously if I'm in the middle of the air and I fall, I'm going to die. Also didn't heal me either. So yeah, okay. So we got to, that's a big logical thing we need to fix. No. Okay. Now to go into plan mode and let's figure this out. Okay, so, the node for arena. I did me with mobs versus on the other team. The mobs on my team. They did have the correct nameplate. Above their head. That's the one thing. They did the right nameplate. Go. All right. Sent it off. Got to. This is probably because of like the instance part of it. And this logic is a little bit different too of how this works. Because yeah, you can add in basically friendly mobs on your team. Say if you wanted to fight like 2v2, like player versus player, but then you can also add another mob on each team, and they should act like a teammate. So it's something with the logic is broken at the moment, so I want to fix that. because it's just fun in general. Probably something with the rework of the instances and the house side of it. So probably something dumb. Excuse me. Okay. All right, well, that goes. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's the problem is. Let me get some more coffee. So I'll be back in a sec. Cool. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, still searching through it. Hopefully it's an easier fix. Spawn team utils. And while that goes, let me double check the. Almost died. Arena. Backroom. Show dummies. Show cubes. Oh, God. There's multiple spawns there. I gotta fix that. Whoops. Finish it? No. Close. It's getting there. 2, 2. Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, so I messed up some of the spawns. Good to know. 4, 5, right? Player spawns. Delete that. Oh, big. Okay. Good to know. Hey. Okay, cool. Team 1, team 1, team 1, team 1. Cool. Okay. Messed up my own logic. All right. So player and mob. Wait, what? Oh, did I select something else for that? Probably. 1. Okay, I just flat out screwed that up then. My bad. Okay. So just a team 2. Player spawn from selection. Edit 2. Save. And that should be done. Do I have to I meant to re-enable it. That's 2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, then eventually should have. Okay, cool. Team 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, that's correct. These are all mob spawns, so these should be correct. Yes, and then we got 1, 1, 1, and 1. Cool. Okay, that works. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. All right. Ah, my bad. And then 2, 2, 2, and 2. Perfect. Yeah, it's really close. I said I could probably release a jar now, as long as it gets approved. Which is that it's gonna be a little confusing, especially with no other documentation or like videos of like how to set particular things up. But it's getting there. Let me see what this said now. Let's see what it said. Scroll up. Team 1, mob attacks. Cancel. Initially target. Anti. Shouldn't it be attacking me anyway? Yeah. Team 1 mobs are spawned, and Team 2 has 0 human players. Session allegiance system correctly returns friendly. The name to attacker systems. 40 ticks. Neither. The existing target is a mob block. Enemy refs is built outside of the instance world. Execute lambda an event. On Team 1, mobs are queued first. No Team 2 mobs exist in the team mob refs. So final enemy's refs is empty if Team 2 has no human players. That's the edge case, right? This doesn't, the other team does not necessarily always have to have that. Player 2 provider still enforces friendly hostile enemy mob damage enabler. No needed. Spawn. Okay, cool. Yeah, do it. All right, building jar, and then once it's done, then we'll throw it up again and try it again. So it looks like its logic is correct now. Just to make sure that our systems are just fine-tuned correctly, depending on whatever the variations are. If it's like human and mobs versus mobs, human and human versus mobs and mobs, like we gotta account for like every combination of whatever could happen. Excuse me. I mean, the friendly mob fire, it's fine if we can prevent that. Not necessary, but they shouldn't be attacking us in the first place. That's a nice feature, though. Your own teammates attack you. Friendly fire toggle. Build the jar. All right. But built. I gotta copy the jar over. But and restart. Okay. It's up. Oh, manages in. Okay. me go over here. I like to be in different locations than the arena I'm in just to make sure I get teleported back correctly. Okay. Play. Create session. Mac room. 4v4. Undo kit. Undo ranger. Kill count. 10. Great. Do 3 there. 4 there. Let's up this to 20. Ready up. And we go. Okay, you guys are still attacked. Oh, yeah, that didn't do shit. Cool. What? Okay. Bot's gonna kill me if they hit many more times. Okay. Cool. Loves on my team. Hmm. Send. All right. Ask it again. It's probably something dumb with its logic of how it's trying to calculate this. We got this working before, but since we ever went to the instanced worlds, it's not. My team isn't seeing me as a friendly, which we said we were able to get that working before. But I guarantee it's something to do with the instance. Guarantee it. So once this gets fixed, then it won't be an issue anymore. But I'm pretty sure it's instance based. It's an instance based issue. That or it's because it's in the instance is not tagging me to be on the same team as them. That's yeah, causing the issue. Said weird issues. Yes, I want to go through the flow of like, if you have an arena, if you have a section, if you have a building set, what do you do? What do you need to do to make that an arena? Is I want to go through that flow, and I want to make sure that flow is as easy as possible. Or like the layout, the UI is in the correct order that needs to be done, or it needs to give you some indication of like if something was to fail, of why and what you need to do to fix it. I want to make sure that flow is correct in the right order. Otherwise, yeah, it's basically to prevent more questions from happening. Even though I'm going to do like the videos and I'll do a frequently asked questions. I'll do an FAQ page. This is like, I can't find my arena. Big, you need to do this, 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 and this. Did you do these? If not, then that's why it doesn't exist. So a lot of like, yeah, going through the process and making sure that the flow is correct. Mob retargeting system, yeah, we have to hijack the memories of mobs in order to get them to fight along with us. And only certain ones, like there's factions a part of Hytale's mobs that you cannot alter, or as far as what I know. And certain mobs will attack other ones depending on what faction they're a part of. Other ones just, they won't do anything to each other. And also, if you have like Outlanders, like Marauders, you can't use them on opposite teams because they just will not attack each other, even though they're set specifically as hostile to each other. Because they're Outlanders, they will not attack each other because there's a sub setting in their system that they just will not attack their own kind. Which again, that's stupid as hell that you can't change that. I need to do this. I need to ask the AI do this. I need to do this simpler. Be like, hey, let's just get the mobs on my own team to not target me as an enemy, and then go step by step, because I think giving it too much to do in one shot, it gets confused. This is that's what it feels like. Do 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 do. Woo! Cool. Do. I also need we need to put a death sound when a fatal hit happens and it gets triggered, we need a sound effect for that too. Because right now it just, the player or mob just disappears. Well, mob not, players disappear just off the bat. That, we need to add a sound effect to that. Vulnerability removal. That doesn't have nothing to do with it. Why would that have anything to do with it? How it gets how the invulnerability gets applied during the countdown so you don't take damage, and then when it starts, it doesn't apply something to signify that you're on the same team as them. Not the root cause, yeah, duh. Mob retarding system overrides hostile for enemies, but never overrides friendly for teammates. Mobs can still consider teammates as targets until the attitude provider kicks in. Session allegiance system silently does nothing. If blackboard is null, no logging to confirm it's working. Enemy mob damage enabler system. Log every damage event to team mobs. Spammy and constantly. Yo, it scrolled. Two runtime bugs remain after previous fix attempts. Team mobs still attack the player. Mob retargeting system overrides attitude to hostile for enemies, but never overrides friendly for teammates. If the session allegiance system, its attitude provider, isn't firing, e.g., blackboard is null, wrong store, or fires after the mob is already engaged, the mob retreats. The mob treats the same team player as neutral / hostile entity. The friendly fire filter system will cancel any damage, but the mob still physically attacks. Player can't damage enemy mobs. Root cause not yet confirmed. Invulnerabilities removed. The session countdown service confirmed. Likely scenario: Skeleton Knight is built-in faction damage protection, same as the Outliner Marauder. No, that's not. No. The enemy damage enabler system isn't uncanceling it, or the system isn't correct. Something else is wrong. Logging confirmed. No, that the enemy. No. Okay, good. I'll build it. Yeah, check server log for allegiance. Attitude provider registered on store. Confirmed provider is active. Allegiance mob. Team 1 ref number X team. Player team 1 ref that. Friendly fire canceled mob player confirmed damage from own team. Mob is blocked. Enemy mob damage enabled team. Okay. All right. Gonna build it. Let's see if this then works. I'm gonna assume it's not. It's gonna guarantee you it's gonna immediately, the mobs on my team are gonna target me. And that's the next thing I'm going to do is, if that is the case after this jar swap, that's the only thing I'm going to have it focus on. Because once that logic is set, then we can move on to everything else that possibly is not working. And it's like I have to like lure the enemy mobs over to my team in order for them to fight correctly, because the skeletons won't, they don't roam, or at least you can't, I don't think you can force them to roam a lot. Just, you don't have the ability to do that, which would be really cool if we could. Or just even like increase their vision for seeing enemies. If they have like line of sight, then they can see an enemy like further in the distance. That would be cool. I don't know if that's, I don't think it's, at least, well, nothing that we can alter ourselves. That would be neat though, if we could. Yes, even like hijack set factions on our own, so that way any mob can fight anybody. Bigger vision for if it sees an enemy around, so it can target them better or a greater distance. Yeah. Goes almost done. I'll get to try it again after this, but. And then I gotta look at the log level, or the logging when it happens. I really need to attach another monitor to this system though. That's the only problem with like doing stuff like this is that because there's like the CLI, the game, and the console, and like all that other stuff is like you need multiple monitors. And for my gaming rig, I specifically only have it for as one. I only have one monitor for that. And my streaming rig, I have multiple monitors. I need to swap stuff around so I can be more efficient for doing stuff. Because right now it's really annoying. I'm constantly like alt tabbing and using like the multiple virtual screens for Windows 11 to bounce between stuff, and just having multiple screens is a lot better. Okay, building the jar. successful? Okay. Drop it in. Restart. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, it's up. We jump back in. Okay, I'm on the ground. Play. Great. Back room. 4v4. Ranger. Kill. Then creates. 3. 4. Keep it at 5. And then start. Ow. You just run off the side of the map? Oh, okay. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. Neat. Okay, well, since I've got the pause now. All right, hold on. I'm just going to copy everything from the log that it did so far so it has more full context of like what's going on. Let's do this. There you go. Where's logs? New file. Okay. Let me make over here. Okay. Commands. I just sent the log file so it can look. It can look through that. It's like the first and only thing I want to do is that the mobs on my team are still attacking me, which it shouldn't. I said we had this working before when we're in the same instance, so I just want to get the targeting issue to fixed first. Also, I don't know why the other mob is still floating in the void. Now that's a feature. The next thing I'm going to ask it too is like we had this working in a previous point 100%. And ever since we went to instance-based arenas is when everything started breaking. I guarantee you it's that. Telling you, some things I'm really smart at and some things I'm not. But this I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. Zero mob retarget logs. System is being silently skipped every cycle. Zero allegiance logs. Provider never registered. Yep. Okay. Friendly fire cancellation log means session ID equals mob engine. The player is taking real damage. Entity source mob still exists. They're hitting, not being recognized by our system. Yup. Cool. Okay. That's the thing too. Is like log everything helps out so much with trying to figure out like what the problem is. Hit escape. This. I just asked it because it's going to go through its whole entire like system, the whole thing again, even though the other logging is not even happening. So something's getting completely ignored to begin with. But I want to state that this system was working before, but then ever since we went to the the instance-based arenas is when everything broke. It's the right line of thinking. With instance-based arenas, the session runs in its own world skill check session. If the systems are only registered in the default world store, they never fire in the instance world. That would explain why all three diagnostic logs are absent. The systems simply aren't running in the instance world. Smart as hell. It said it doesn't make sense. When you change one thing and all of a sudden everything breaks, it's pretty logical of what the problem probably is. And so far everything has been that, like, specifying the biome of the instance that you spawn in. You can set the specific weather, whether if other external mobs can spawn or not. Now the information within the arena itself needs to be specifically targeted to the world instance and not the defaults, the overworld instance. Like those little things that you just need to like remember or just make a note to ourselves and be like, hey, you have to be sure that whatever we do is in the instance itself and not just not for the overworld. Agent confirmed systems are global. Well, that raises a new question. You allegiance warn for no blackboard never appears either in the system. The instance world that points to a different root cause. The instance world may not be receiving globally registered systems. Yeah. I guarantee that's what it is. The systems are, yeah, our systems are global. It does, it itself has to be registered within the world itself. It still needs to be targeted. Guess I could try luring the mobs over to see if they fight each other. We can see if that works while this tries to figure out what the problem is. Ow. Oh. That's two. Yeah, they're not targeting each other. I guarantee that it has to be what it is. All right, it's exploring. Please. Still thinking. Well, said even for like the logs not being fired for what systems are supposed to be fixed, it's not even firing that. So that obviously there's a deeper issue. Hopefully it figures that out. So we at least get the logs going to figure out what happens. Because right now it's a little bit broken. That's a good hypothesis for me. See if it's if that's exactly what. Only say it's a good hypothesis if it's actually what the problem is. Unless it's just verifying it, like what I said was correct, and then it just has to just write the plan and be like, "Yep, that's what it was." Don't glaze me before finding out what the actual problem is. No pre-glazing, please. No, don't do that. Wait, I still want to do that BMO AI little guy thing. It's so cool. Such a random video to come across, and it was so interesting. Excuse me. Okay. Context. Yes, instance-based arenas are the cause. Before instance arenas, sessions ran in the default world. That world has a confirmed blackboard. So session allegiance system registered its attitude provider, and mobs correctly evaluated the same team players as friendly from the moment of spawn. With instance worlds, the attitude provider may fail to register blackboard absent or not yet initialized at spawn time. And even if it does exist, the mob AI can evaluate targets before the provider fires. The mob retargeting system friendly overrides added in the prior fix only kick in after the first 40 ticks 2-second cycle. The spawn code already calls set marked target enemy and stamp known hostiles, but never calls override attitude friendly for same team players. That's the gap. The diagnostic log, the one I gave it, was captured with the old build. No allegiance mob retarget friendly fire log lines appear at all. The new build adds friendly overrides in mob retargeting system, which helps but doesn't close the spawn time window. session. Ooh, okay, I don't like that. Session duration is bound under 5 minutes in practice. No, that I'd know. Oh, we can. I'm gonna do this now just to make sure that it works, but I don't. No, we don't want that. It should be like whenever this session ends is when it should when that should expire. That should not be an arbitrary number. Okay, go. All right, it's gonna do it. I said it's the instance that caused it. I'm glad he's just to know a little enough to steer it in the right direction. Figure out what it probably is. I said it's not. It's complicated, but not that complicated. Yeah. So once this works, then we'll fix the timing. There should not be a 5-minute time limit. That's stupid. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna load the console up on my other computer. There we go. Servers, scroll, dev. Click. Okay. All right, it's up. Let me see. Okay. Refresh. Oh, console files here. I should have done this first. Yeah, it's gonna fail because I changed the jar in the middle of it. Whoops. My bad. Should have. Okay, well, this is a good. See if yeah, if you're in the middle of a session and swap that out, and you were to restart, if you restart the server, what happens? If is it gonna time out after it goes back in? Maybe. I'll have to see. I'm just, feature testing. Where am I going to end up is the question. Oh, back to normal. Cool. Okay, good. Awesome. All right, let's try it. Back room. 4v4. Ranger. Kill. And go. Oh, yep. Allegiance attitude provider on store. Cool. Okay, here we go. Ow. Okay, there's a... Yeah, that's 100% wrong. Okay. Copy. Save. Let me back here. End the session before I restart because that would be smart to do. Cool. Okay. Okay. Target logs, right? Yeah. Okay. 19 are still. The arena. Send. All right. Okay, give it the new log. Now we should have a little bit more information about what's going on. No, 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 no. Did the wrong folder. There we go. I did the wrong folder reference to the file I needed to look at. Whoops. There it goes. Come on, it's just a fun system. It was working before. As long as we keep on adding more logging to our system, we could finally, like, then dwindle down to what the problem exactly is. That's the unfortunate part about this, right? Yeah, there's also some bigger disconnect there too, because like I spawned in, and even when I moved, the mobs are still attacking the same spot over like the initial spot of where I popped into the world at, and I was still getting hurt. So there's some lag or disconnect or something something else was going on. Some system is completely failing. Mob retarget allegiance doesn't. Yep. Yeah, those systems are still not logging. So something else is not going. I don't know why I feel like I have to tell it that it has to specify to the mobs or whatever else after the players teleported into the instance, then to apply all the logic of what it needs to do. Yeah, the bug is clear. Registered active player is called at the line 546 with the lobby world entity ref before the player is teleported. What did I just say? Looking up returns in the lobby world ref. That's meaningless in the world instance. Let me see exactly. That's exactly what it said. God damn, I'm smart. I still said it's still arena base. Put it in onto this. After it fixes this, I'm going to retell it again. I'm like, hey, we know it's the arena that's the issue. Can you make sure that all the other logic is applied the same way? That only apply all the other logic after the player is teleported into the instance, and then do everything in that instance. Like, or that world. Because, dear God. It's like, yeah, the lobby is created, or the instance is spun up when you click create session, so that it warms up and you teleport there, and there's no like lag or less lag. It just needs to apply the world session to the system. Whatever world it's in is what it needs to target, not the lobby world. Like, that's the short of the long of it. Stupid. Once it makes a connection, then I'm pretty sure everything else is going to work fine. It's just that it's trying to apply stuff that doesn't exist because it's the wrong world. Well, I kind of like want to do that other AI thing, the other bot thing, and be able to be like, I just want to like record my thoughts, and, like the way I'm speaking now, and just give it to an agent, so that it can just. Because at the time I can articulate it very well, and then a moment later I'll be like, "What did I just say?" Even I know what the issue is. I just want to state it to it. And since that other BMO thing, like works on a little bit more of a powerful like Raspberry Pi, I'm pretty sure I can use an old computer to do that, because the old computer will be a little bit more powerful than a Raspberry Pi. It would be cool to kind of set something up like that to see if the functionality works like that. Like that'd be really neat. I kind of want to do that. Side project. Yeah, it was probably the coolest little video that I saw recently about any of the stuff, or any like agent AI stuff. It was really cool. Also just really cool that you can just design your own PCB boards and then have it send it off to get it actually printed. That's so cool. Like really, really cool. See, I find that way more interesting than like an AI pin or something like humane pin or whatever the other things were called. I find that way more interesting rather than something that you wear. That I just no. 1000% no. But like something that's homebrewed that you can run locally, absolutely. Yeah, it's like anything like that that get introduced by any company, especially for like OpenAI or anything like that. No, absolutely not. I will not be partaking in that. Not even a pinky toe into anything like that. Hell no. Hell no. I'll start that tonight. I'll start looking into it. Doesn't seem like it'd be too complicated. It'd be cool to tie that into like OpenClaw. But then again, you need like a beefy API usage, or they talk to an agent all the time. If you're to do that all the time, since it's like constantly active, it still would be really neat though. Come on. Let's look into the mob factions markdown file right now. I swear to God, if it's like, you can't use skeletons on the same for all the teams. Like, no, no. So I specifically chose that because they will attack each other. I have old VODs that show that. I swear. Don't you dare. Like, let's try a different mob ID. Like, no. Don't you dare. Stretch. Oh, how goes into that? That's cool. Yeah, you can vault up pretty high. Cool. Yeah, those are team 1. These should be all team 2. Okay. Cool. Just try different arenas. Also, yeah, I gotta, once this is working, I gotta fix the bug of, if they fall off, if a mob falls off the map, they should teleport back to their spawn. The same respawn logic as players. Because dumb. Feature. Map target system is a shared ticket counter. 2 worlds, default plus instance race. Increment it. The default world fires 40. Why is it a shared tick counter? Per store tick counters. Oh, chases then. A fixed position forever that the attacking is Attacking as if you never moved. Yep. Friendly override stores random red. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this. Yeah, let me just do this first, and then I'm gonna ask it. Be like, build. Random. Cool. Come on. Okay. I want to verify what it just said, that it's not trying to do stuff within default and the instance. It should be just the instance. Like, I understand that the arena, not quite, both of us look at their own counter. It also calls tick, it still increments its own counter. It still fires every 40 ticks. It just does nothing useful when it fires. Every session hits store. Default store doesn't match the instance store and exits cleanly every session. Key changes that the default world's firing no longer resets the instance world's counter. Why is default even still a part of that? The default world still participates. It just wastes a tiny amount of CPU every 2 seconds doing nothing. But why? Like, has nothing to do with the instance. So I'm just gonna ask the stupid questions, like why? If it's not ever being utilized in that sense for the instance, why is it even why? Because mob retargeting system is registered globally via any store register system that registers apply to all worlds, not just the default one. When any world is created, including instance worlds, it picks up every globally registered system and adds it to its own tick loop. There's no way to tell the registry only run this on instance worlds. The system runs everywhere. That's why guard if arena store exists, return exists. The only mechanism to make the system ignore worlds it shouldn't process. The default world calling tick is just an unavoidable side effect of how Hytale's global system registry works. I don't. I would need to ask JP about that. I don't. I guess that makes sense. Because there's going to always be an existing world, so there has to be some like heartbeat to like everything that goes on. But that doesn't make sense though. If nothing is being referenced, if we're in an instance, that means we do absolutely nothing with the default world. Then nothing else should access it or look at that for any information at all. Like nothing. That doesn't. That's where the logic kind of completely goes out of left field. That doesn't make sense at all. I'm gonna copy this. I want to make this a new doc. That's really interesting, but it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, saved. That was updated, so I need to pop the jar over. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Files. Refresh. All right. New jar. Test this one. See if this works now. Even if it does run for the overworld, then that still doesn't make sense to me. Console. Restart. All right. Rebooting. Test it again. Doesn't make sense. 2, 3, go. Okay, just copied over the new log, so it's gonna look at it. Still, obviously, still an issue. I said it's gonna be something stupid, but I don't think it's still not intercepting at all. So it's not firing the other thing at all, the other system at all. Still. Okay. Yeah, the mob retargeting is still not being called, so it's still missing something. Food. Build the jar. Try this. See if the logs will show what we need to see. Right now, it's still not working. God damn it. No, still not targeting each other. God damn it. Bam, bam, bam. Mm. Got a compact. Still does not do it. I don't understand how. Hold on. Compacting conversation. I had stuff. How many definitions? Okay. Asking it again. It's being dumb. Having it add more logging. So I just wanted to see if it like it just loads in the first place. because it's not even like it never gets referenced at all in the logs in the logging. So I just want to see if it even loads in the first place. I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, hope everyone's doing awesome. So at least that thing is fixed. This one is just stupid. Okay. Okay. Please. So added more logging to see if it just doesn't flat out just work in general. If it doesn't load or try to load in general. Okay. Good. So it does timer fired. So it was triggered when the server booted. It did work. Or it did register it. So it is registered. Ah, now it's triggering. Okay, so let me go. Cool. Okay, that is much better. Now it's like firing all the time, which is annoying as hell, so. Okay. Much better. It's now actually registering, so that's good. Progress. Oh. Okay. Okay. Send. All right. Update log. Now it's registered, and now the console's spamming that is running constantly. So it is now it's working. Well, that part of it's working, but now we need to see. I just copied the whole log of what happens. Hopefully, you can find out like what specifically. Cool. Progress. A little bit. I'm gonna remove the countdown logging too, since that's working. You don't need that anymore. Hopefully this will give it a little more direction as far as like what the issue was. Now since it's actually registered correct. I said before it wasn't even firing the mob retargeting. tries to get a guess about certain functions too. Okay. Alec is getting a residency at the sphere, and that's cool. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, this targeting is way more comprehensive now. So it should be able to hopefully figure out what's going on. Get one step. It's always like one logging step closer to figure out what the problem is. So it's getting there. It's definitely more information than we had before. So that's good. Yay, logs. Yeah, I can only imagine how expensive that show would be for that. Okay, it's going through it. So Hytale component store number. Ugh. Drill it down. I got it. Sweet time. Ugh. Cold. I don't like the cold. I really want to do that other AI agent thing. I wonder how long it would take to do. I'm really interested in that. Still reading through it. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Oh, I think it finally found it or something. Let's see. What does it want to do? Holy, a lot of stuff. Refs and cycles. The refs themselves are stable objects. Team mob. Yes, do it. Please. I gotta restart the conversation again. It's been doing too much researching, searching for stuff. Run out of context too quick. Okay. Okay. New file. Hmm. Expected log at start, session start, initial target set, team 1, mob, team 2, enemy ref. Yep. Mm-hmm. Up, up. Let's go. Whoa. Oh god. Nope, that threw an error. Super hardcore. Severe error, severe error, severe error. Like repeatedly. Probably every single time I try to target something or retarget something is when it got an exception error every single time. So we must. That must be fixed. Mom has died. What? There was no one died. Okay. Oh, let me see what it is. All right, restart again. Like no mob died though, unless like fell off. Unless a mob fell off the edge of the world. Which that I have to make sure I had fixed too. I think I'm gonna put like walls on the sides of the arena so that doesn't happen because this is like stupid. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. It's really annoying. Ow. Manage arena gray. Set from selection. Done. Okay. Updated. Okay, so now you probably could. I wonder if we could. Maybe. Yeah, could be slick. Not NPCs though. All right, let me go back over here. Oh, I need to remake the prefab. Manage arena gray. Yep, recreate. Okay, cool. All right, that should be good now. Play, create, gray. Ranger, film, arrow. Hello? Yeah, buddy. All right, now over here. What? Okay, I can't attack them, but that's fine. Oh, you guys attack over here. Ow. Cool. Awesome. Good. At least that they don't attack me now, so that's good. Cool. Step in a direction. Okay. Send. Cool. One step at a time. Now the mobs on my team will not attack me. That's awesome. Get weird errors. I mean, this makes sense because of the world's difference. Also, I need to push this to GitHub before it breaks something else completely. Excuse me. Make sure it's not getting confused about the different systems that are part of this too. The logic behind it. Because doing this hopefully doesn't, the mob waves themselves, I hope it doesn't affect that. That's what the bigger thing I'm concerned about. you swing it at enemy. Enemy mob damage, not canceled. Canceled, but ref. Okay. Okay. Restart. Come on. Let's go. Are you now? What? Good now? You're good now. How about you guys? Hey. Ow. Stop it. No. Okay. Send. All right. Dated log. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, they're still invulnerable, but completely invulnerable. Let's see what it says. Yep, never called. Need to call it. Please. Restart. Okay. Hello. Hey! Oh god. Hey, we won! Okay. And beautiful. Okay. Okay. Step closer. Okay. Step in better direction. Okay. Okay, so I. Okay. File updated. Able to. Send. All right. One extra step. Now we can actually hurt them, which is good. But now when we kill them, it doesn't count towards any goal. But we're still not getting the enemy mob damage. That isn't happening in the log file at all. So now it should do team mob deaths. Especially either side of it, it should do that. Was used? What? No, it should do that. On team mob killed. Yeah, it's already, the logic is already there. This whole system was working before. I don't understand what it's talking about. Kill counting logic and on team mob killed looks complete. Because it's instance based. You idiot. Yeah, team death log means on team is never called. Yeah, no shit. Drag and drop. Up. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's why I had the debug page there too, because I didn't see any no information about their spawns or the kill log either on that page. So that's also very interesting. All right. All right. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm still going to continue doing this. It's going to be a lot of back and forth. But yeah. So I'll be back. I probably will be live tomorrow, even though it's going to be even though it's Thursday. Hopefully make some progress in this. I probably will make progress with this tonight. I'm probably still going to keep an eye on it, but or go through it. But yeah. Again, for chilling, appreciate it. I'll see you later. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate it.